And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the final table of our Superstar Challenge in the Vietnam Poker League 2024 in Hanoi. My name is Noel Zarate, and we do have a colorful cast of characters for our final table. And there are a few familiar names as well here. We're going to get to know all of them. And there's our chip leader right now, Richard Morvain, or Richard Morvan of France, who has made the raise from under the gun. You see Dave Spader Kiaga from the Philippines there, and Uncle Bonbon as well, one of the legends in Vietnam. Over now to Nguyen Quang in the big blind with a very speculative 5 deuce. He's not going to play. So the chip leader strikes first here in our final table. Once again, we are going to introduce everybody. And seat number 1 is Dave Spade Erquiaga of the Philippines. And in seat number 2 is Pham Duy Ain of Vietnam, known as Uncle Bonbon. And Nguyen Nang Quan in seat number 3. Seat number 4, of course, the chip leader, Romain Morvan. And from England, Craig Jones. He's in seat number 5. And in seat 6 is the Chinese gentleman, Zheng Tianhao. And in seat number 7, another gentleman from China, Hu Jinlong. And lastly, from France, Roman Bier. So they compose the 8 players remaining out of 75 entries into this event. Zheng Tianhao now in the +1, thinking about what to do with Jack 10. The buy into this event was 80 million Vietnamese dollars, or about 3,200 US dollars. And the original guarantee of 2.5 billion is now at 5.82 billion. So more than doubled in terms of the guaranteed prize pool. A couple of time banks has already been played here. For Zheng Tianhao. Not doing too well in terms of his chip stack. He's one of the guys at dead last at the moment. It's a good sweep at the table there. Dave, of course, in the white jacket. Uncle Bonbon, as they call him, right beside him. So the action now zips over to Hu Jinlong, who's had quite a run in 2023 as well. Hu Jinlong had a few cashes in the Philippines, actually 3 cashes already in the Philippines in 2024, including a first place finish in the single day high roller event at the Manila Mega Stack 18. So Hu in the +2. Let's go of Queen 8. Romain Bier, who also got busy in USOP and Da Nang, is next to act now. Contemplating on his holdings of Ace-8 offsuit. Decides to make a raise with it to 150,000. Our blinds right now at 50,000, 75,000, 75,000 BB ante. Over now to the cutoff position for Dave Spade Erquiaga of the Philippines. The only one at this table who has crossed the $1 million mark in terms of career earnings, and he got busy during the fall. November, December, January, he was in the United States just grinding it out. Now makes a 3-bet with 8-7 of hearts, and this is like a standard play from Dave, especially in the late position. Puts a lot of pressure on everybody else. And back to the initial raiser, Romain Bier, who's going to let go of a hand that actually dominated Dave. So Dave is now introducing himself to the table. Dave Spade Erquiaga, of course, from the Philippines. As we mentioned earlier, one of the top 10 players all time in the Philippines. He's currently 8th in the Philippine rankings, or in the rankings for the Filipino players, with 1.3 million and change in career earnings. And we are now blinds up. So our blinds are now 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 BB ante. Again, with the prize pool now being at 5.82 billion VND. Everybody at this point is guaranteed a total of 220 million VND or 8,900 US dollars thereabouts. Hu Jinlong once again had an opportunity to cover him when he played in Poker Dream Manila last year from the +1 position, this time with Queen Jack of clubs. Holding out to Dave in the hijack position. Let's go 10-9 offsuit. Here comes Uncle. Oh, wow. Uncle Bonbon's got the pocket rockets in the cutoff position, facing an early position raise from Hu Jinlong, who's sitting on around 2.2 million in chips. And Uncle Bonbon is going to 3-bet almost or more than 3 million behind. 3-bet is to 450,000. Craig Jones of England lets that one go back to the initial raiser. Hu Jinlong looks like he is going to fold. And look at the rockets. Uncle Bonbon showing he has the goods. Didn't want to release it though. He wanted to keep it for the next hand. So Uncle Bonbon climbing now to 3.6 million in third place. There are your chip leaders. Romain Morvan of France is still number 1 in terms of chips. Dave Spader-Kiaga of the Philippines, number 2 with 3.7. Uncle Bonbon at 3.6. And the shortest stack belonging to Win Nang Kwan, who's got only 4 big blinds left. And Zheng Tianhao not that better off with 700,000, only 7 big blinds. So this is hand number 4 of our final table of our Superstar Challenge. Once again, 75 entries, 80 million VND, or about 3,200 US dollars was the buy-in here. Uncle Bonbon, whose real name is actually Phan Dui Ain, already with the first sighting of aces here today. To the chip leader now, Romain Morvan of France. Ace deuce of hearts. Romain just above the 500,000 mark in terms of career earnings as far as US dollars goes. He has gone all in. How about that? The chip leader wielding his stack from the dealer button against the poor blinds. And nothing the blinds can do. Even Zheng Tianhao, who's at the short stack, can't do anything with that. So Romain Morvan getting that to drop for him. Morvan, of course, has been a fixture in the Asian circuit as well, more active in the Australian circuit. He does make his home in the Gold Coast of Australia right now, but was in the Philippines for the Mega Stack 18, cashed there, and also in the main event finished 88th place. So that's his 2024 so far. He is guaranteed some money already by being in the final table. Remember, 8th place takes down 220 million Vietnamese dong, or 8,900 US dollars. 12 places got paid. And we're now on to Dave, who's raised it with the suited connectors once again. 10-9 of diamonds this time from the +1. Win, short stack. Once again, it's a good thing that we're doing BB antes here. He can wait until it's his time on the big blind, where he also has to post the big blind ante. So far, Dave showing, getting no resistance from anybody, and got Hu Jinlong just calling with the ace-queen. And the flop comes Jack 7-7, a gut shot for Dave, and a couple of overcards for Hu. Last time we covered him, we were wondering when he went to heads up, is Hu let the dogs out? Wonder who it's going to be. Hu already with top pair with a check on the turn. Dave looking hard and long at this one. Needs an 8 to complete a straight. Wants to take a stab at this one. An 8 or a king, actually, now. So, picked up 2 ends of the straight draw. Bet 375,000 into Long, who's got Hu Jin Long, who's got top pair, 2 pair right now, actually. And he just calls. So Dave's going to need a king or an 8. Jack comes on the river. Card that who didn't want to see for sure. He does have the check mark right now. Dave missed. So Hu Jin Long is going to play a time bank card. For Hu Jin Long, career earnings past the $330,000 mark. And already with a total of about 10 or 11 cashes in 2024. Picking up some chips, though. Dave's been known to bluff in these spots. He did open on the turn, as you can see from the action. That was a check call coming from Hu. And Dave's got number 2 in terms of the chips. He's number 2 with the most number of chips at the table right now. For Dave, a little over 3.3 million. This turn to play a time bank card. All depends on the size if he's gonna raise it. Looks like he's picking up some chips to raise. Of course, he can't call. So the only way Dave can have a chance of winning this spot is to make a substantial raise, which he is doing right now. 950,000, the 1 chip call coming from Hu Jin Long, and Dave got caught. So Dave's going to show 10 high, and the queens are going to hold for the gentleman from China, Hu Jin Long. That's the question we were asking. Who let the dogs out? Who did? And he was able to bite off a big chunk of Dave's holdings there, as Dave Spade now drops to 5th place with 2.2 million. Hu Jin Long now takes over at 2nd place with 3.8 million. Once again, our blinds at 50,000, 100,000. The winner of this Superstar Challenge is going to take down a whopping 1.7 billion VND, or thereabouts $68,800 US. In fact, 2 billionaires will be crowned, because 2nd place is going to take down 1 billion VND, or about $40,500 US. Dave, not going to play right now. Smarting from that caught bluff. And here's the shortest stack at the table right now. Win Kwong. 4 big blinds. He is at the +2, which means he can still see, he can still get dealt one more time without paying. So he's going to wait for that. Now another Craig Jones with the Snowmen, pocket 8s. Craig Jones out of England is going to make the raise. Craig's been busy since 2023 in this side of the world, cashing in Cambodia and in Vietnam. Pocket 5s now for Hu Jin Long. Looks like he's announced he's all in. Now, Craig Jones is sitting on just about $1 million in chips. He might think that this might be the best hand. But facing this kind of aggression for his tournament life with a pair of eights, gonna have to think about it. Down to 10 big blinds, 1 million behind. Hu Jinlong has just shipped it for 3.8 million. Currently in second place. And he will fold. A power play there for the gentleman from China with the inferior pocket pair. Not quite sure if he shared what he had with the rest of the table. Yeah, and ICM pressure is going to mount slowly, folks. Because at this point, with everybody guaranteed 220 million VND or 8.9 or 8,900 US dollars, the next pay jump to seventh place is for 260 million VND or 12 or 10,500 US dollars. So about almost $2,000 difference. It gets more painful as the pay ladder rises. Once again, this is our final table. 8-handed we go. Out of 75 entries in our Superstar Challenge here in the Vietnam Poker League 2024 from the Grand Loyal Poker Room here in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Noel Zarate, and it's always great to be back at this beautiful, beautiful venue. 2 floors in this place. Of course, it's the TV table. As you see, it is in the second floor of this building. And we're going to have a raise from the chip leader, Romain Morvan, gentleman from France. There's another Frenchman right there in the yellow shirt. That will be Romain Bier, who's going to let go of his small blind. Now to Dave in the big blind. He's going to fold. So far, nobody has tried to go up against our chip leader, Romain Morvan. Every time he's raised, there have been folds all around. And he is now approaching the 5 million mark. So for Romain Morvan, so far in 2024, 4 cashes, including one in the Australian Poker League Poker Tour, which was an 11th place finish in a 6-max event. And a cash in Manila as well, twice in the Manila Mega Stack. Was in Hanoi, of course, in October last year. 2 cashes in the WPT Passport to the World Championship as well. Under the gun now. Win Kwang, 4 bigs. Ace-8 offsuit. Could this be it? It is it. He has gone all in for 400,000. Romain Bier with a suited ace. He's got ace-3 of clubs. So that shove is tantamount to about 4 big blinds. Too many people to pass for Romain. Over now, the other short stack, Romain Bier. He's going to let that one go. Dave in the small blind also folds. Now it's up to Uncle Bon Bon. Wow, good timing there for Nguyen. Shows the ace. That's all he needs to show. Actually, he didn't have to show any of the cards, but just so that he could get the respect of the table when he shoved with an ace, he decides to show it. So right now, Win Kwang is out of the cellar. It is Zheng Tianhao of China now down to 4 big blinds, 450,000 in chips. Blinds continue to be at 100 or make that 50,000, 100,000. Sure, a lot of you are wondering what's going on here. So we're going to activate the YouTube page so we can see what's going on in the chat. We're going to do that after this hand. As Morvan is under the gun now, the chip leader with King 4 of clubs. Jones, wow, he He folded that rather quickly. That was a sexy hand, 9-8 of hearts. But of course, Zheng Tianhao, the shortest stack at the table with 450,000 behind. There's nowhere else to go with ace king of hearts, but to put all his chips in the middle. He even plays a time bank card just to make sure he's making the right decision. Looking at one of the top 5 hands in all of No Limit Hold'em. And there he goes. 450,000 in the middle. Holding out to Dave, who's got pocket 5s. Dave's on the dealer button too. He can squeeze out the blinds if he chooses to. He knows he'll be flipping, or at least he thinks he'll be flipping. Just makes the call. Uncle Bonbon in the small blind. Gonna fold King 8. And now with Queen 6. Nothing doing there for Nguyen, so it's gonna be a showdown between Dave Spade Arqueaga of the Philippines with pocket 5s and the Ace King. Oh, that wasn't even an all-in yet. Now he's all in. And now Dave folds. Oh, did he call? Okay, Dave called. It's only 50,000 more. So a gut shot now needs an ace, a king, or a jack to stay in the tournament. Talking about Zheng Tianhao. Dave with the pocket 5s hoping that everything else misses. Turn card's a deuce. Dave's got the only spade as well. Ace, king, or jack? Let's see that river card. River card's at 10. And our first elimination at our final table is Zheng Tianhao of China. So Zheng is going to exit with 220 million Vietnamese dong, or 8,900 US dollars for his 8th place finish. As we're now down to 7 players remaining, and everybody now guaranteed 260 million Vietnamese dong, or 10,500 US dollars. The short stack is now officially back. The tag is now officially back to Nguyen Nang Quan, with only 4 big blinds. So Nguyen Nang Quan, no pushover, folks. This guy is one of the top players in Vietnam, actually 16th in the all-time Vietnam money list, with over $675,000 in career earnings. And in 2024, already 5 cashes, including a 3rd place finish in the super high roller event of the HSOP. That was for 6,600 US dollars. Romain Bier of France. Action on him. He led the Cimitari charge, if you will. That's the name of the group that represents France and travels all over Asia, the Cimitari. Romain's got pocket 9s, actually, and he has raised it from under the gun. Uncle Bonbon now with a king jack on the dealer button. Lets that one go. Now Nguyen, the short stack, ace deuce off. You can hear in the background some of the chip racks already being put in play. We are going to be coloring up some of the chips during the next break, so they're just getting ready. So far, nobody giving any resistance to Romain Bier's shove, and it looks like, or just a raise rather. Looks like his countryman is going to give him some action. With 5-3 of diamonds, the chip leader, Romain Morvan. So the flop is Jack 5-4. Middle pair for Romain, and still the pocket nines for the other Romain. So let's call him Morvan versus Bier. So Morvan is checked. Bier sees an overcard. Continues firing though. Smallish C bet of 150,000. Or Vaughn might just call and take a look at one more street if he can pair his 3 or get the other 5. Probably even get a backdoor flush draw of some sort. It's like he's raised it. Raised to 400,000. Again, those blue chips are worth 100. So pressure now on Romain Bier. His pocket nines with the jack sticking out there on the board. He's going to call. Interesting line taken here by Morvan. Turn cards, the 4. That's the 3rd club on the board. Might give both gentlemen some pause here. See if Morvan continues telling his story. Here he comes. Continues again. This is getting to be a little bit too hot now for Bier. 1 overcard. Pair of 4s. Clubs on the board. Bier's got 1.7 behind. 1.7 million behind. Just makes the call as well with no clubs. River's an 8 of clubs. Now it's a 1-card flush. This would surely put some pause on the play of Morvan. Unless he continues sticking to his story now. Morvan with only a pair of 5s. But the betting lead since the flop. Pot now at 2.2 million. So the SPR now for Romain Bier is more than 1. There's more chips in the middle than he has left in his stack. There's the check. I'm pretty sure Romain Bier would like to have a showdown. He does have showdown value with the pocket nines, and he's going to take down the pot of 2.2 million. What a call on the turn. That's why he's one of the top players coming out of France of late. Romain Bier just approaching the 100,000 mark. He's going to make it to the 100,000 mark after this tournament, that's for sure. In 2024, so far, the Frenchman has already collected a first-place finish in the USOP 6max Turbo event in Taiwan last January. Had 3 cashes, actually, in the USOP, and 3 cashes as well in Poker Dream 8 in Kuala Lumpur. Been a productive year so far for the Frenchman on the right of your screens. Romain Bier now picks up a suited Jack 10 with some more chips to play from the +1 position. He's raising it again. 200. Win Kwang is actually quite the talker at the table. He speaks very good English and engages most of his foreign opponents in conversation. He has a lot of stories to tell. But now with ace five and sitting on only about 400,000 in chips, facing a raise at the dealer button, he does have an option to wait. Those time bank cards are starting to become a commodity as well. He's played two of them already. You are given 6 here at the final table. He can wait. Over to Craig. No. 9 deuce ain't gonna cut it. So back-to-back wins for the Frenchman, Romain Bier. So Romain Bier has now steered his way into third place at 3.7 million. Hu Jinlong is now the new chip leader, 4.2 million. So the two Romains actually tied at 3.7. They got entangled in a hand earlier with a pot worth 2.2 million. Here are the payouts once again, folks. 260 million VND, or about 10,500 US dollars, guaranteed already at this point. Bier has folded 10-9. Dave as well. With Uncle Bonbon. Queen Jack offsuit. This is from the hijack position now. Uncle, usually one of the wilder players at the table, decided to slow down here in the final table of this Superstar Challenge. Folded now to Marvan. A7 offsuit, that's enough to put in a raise against any random hand here in the big blind, in the small blind in the big blind. Craig Jones with the exact same hand, and he'll let it go. Who is going to speculate with 8-3 of clubs? And the flop comes ace 6-4, 2 clubs. This could be fireworks, folks. Marvan with top pair. Who with a flush draw? And who has checked it? Marvan got himself into a little trouble against Bier earlier. This time he does have top pair, and he will continue. That is to 175,000. Who can afford this? He is the chip leader right now. That looks like more than a call, though. That looks like a raise. The check raise coming from the gentleman from China. The raise is to 650,000 on a flush draw. It's not even a nut flush draw. Marvan has a weak kicker with his top pair. Decides to lay it down. What a play again for Hu Jinlong. I mean, he's been winning hands when he's behind just because of his skill. And Hu now pads his lead. He's up to 4.6 million. And Marvan has now dropped down to fourth place, 3.3 million. Uncle Bonbon, without really moving much, is now up to third place. And the question is, how long will it be for Nguyen Nang Quan before he ships it once again? Craig Jones also a short stack with 7 big blinds. As our blinds are now still at 50 and 100, 50,000, 100,000 BB ante, 100,000. Two gentlemen from France. A couple of gentlemen from Vietnam still in it. We do have some activity in the chat. Hello to Tian Yui. I hope I said your name right. As we continue with the action here, again, 75 entries, more than doubling the guaranteed prize pool of 2.5 billion VND. The prize pool is now all the way up to a grand total of 5.82 billion VND, or about 235,500 US dollars. Fold it around now to the short stack. 9-8 offsuit for Nguyen Nang Quang. In the hijack, he can still afford to wait. And he will. Marvan out of there. Craig Jones in the dealer button, only 7 big blinds behind. He's got Jack 10 offsuit, flicks it away. Oh, pocket kings now for Hu Jin Long. Decides to make it a raise now against the big blind of Romain Beer. Beer's got something he wants to peek at. King 10. That's King 10 offsuit. Some people want to see some flops with this, but let's see what Romain Beer decides to do. He is going to see the flop. The raise of 325,000 met by a call, heads up to this flop of ace, jack, deuce. So a gut shot now for Romain Beer, and a scare card on the board for Hu, with his pocket kings looking at an ace of diamonds there. He is going to continue. So he fires 225,000. Beer's got a gut shot, and he's going to see what that turn card brings. There's the queen on the turn. That is now a straight for Romain Beer. So the persistence pays off for the Frenchman. Now Hu checks. Was initially afraid of an ace. Doesn't know he's up against a monster here. With a made straight on the turn. See how much Beer puts in. The pot's already at 1.2 million. Beer with over 3 million behind. Now, if you're Hu, the bet is at 700,000. If you're Hu Jin Long, what do you beat here? A flush draw. Can't beat pocket jacks. So this is a good laydown here by Hu. You do have pocket kings. It's the second best starting hand in Hold'em. But with the texture of the board, you have to ask yourself, what do you beat? Especially on the bet of 700,000. Little does he know that Romain Beer actually did have the nuts on the turn. Once again, the payouts, folks. The pay jump, let's talk about the pay jump here. Got 7 players remaining. Guaranteed 260 million VND at this point, or 10,500 US dollars. The next pay jump is the 6th place for 320 million VND, or 13,000 US dollars. So almost a $2,500 pay jump. And Nguyen Nang Quang is hoping that he survives one more pay jump. Suckle Bonbon's officially card dead. King 4 offsuit. Into the muck. Craig Jones for the second time folds A7. Romain Beer now in the small blind. Suited connector, 7-6 of hearts, but that's Dave Spader Kiaga on the big blind. You better know how to play against Dave out of position. Decides to just make the call. Let's see what Dave's got. Dave's got 9-8 offsuit and has an option, and he will check. Unraised to the blinds. Flop comes ace, queen, six. Romain has paired his six. He's got bottom pair. One heart on the board. Dave's got nine high and will require runner, runner. See if Dave tries to snatch this one away after it was checked to him. He's going to give it a shot. Remember that this was unraised. So Beer is probably taking the ace out of Dave's range and makes the call. See if the turn card's going to be good. Now Dave with an up and down straight draw. Two pair now for Romain Beer. Bottom two pairs. Dave is in position here. Can opt to check and take the free river card, but might want to continue his story here. Decides to check behind. River card's a jack. That's not going to help Dave at all. Romain's got showdown value now. The question is, can he call a river bet from Dave? Odds is still pretty small at 600,000. Dave decides to give up. Since Romain will be first to show, he's going to get the information without even needing to show his cards. So Dave was honest. They're being given a choice here. Take a 15-minute break now or do it at the end of the level. It's like everybody's still electing to play on. Dave now dropping to 2.3 million. And look at the rise now of Romain Beer, the new chip leader, at 4.4 million. He was one of the shortest stacks when this final table began. Action continues now into hand number 15 of the final table of the Superstar Challenge here at the Vietnam Poker League in Hanoi at the Grand Loyal Poker Club right here at the Grand Vista Hotel in Hanoi, Vietnam. Noel Zarate bringing you the action. Hasn't really been of the intense nature yet. It's like everybody's still actually trying to feel each other out, although there's been a lot of history among these players. Not one of them is new to the final table here. So here we go. Nguyen, under the gun, has gone for it now with Queen 6 of clubs. So far, nobody picking up anything that can stand up to that. Even Dave folding Jack 10 on the button. Uncle Bon Bon is going to let that one go. So once again, staying alive, Nguyen Nang Quang. Up to 6 BB right now, so a little bit of breathing space. Craig Jones of England, still stuck at 7 big blinds. But the new chip leader, the third time we've had a chip leader change here in their final table, is now Romain Beer of France at 4.4 million, make that 4.6 million in chips. Looking at the flags there, you do have 2 players from Vietnam, 1 from China, as Zheng Tianhao was the first to be eliminated here at 8th place. 2 players from France, 1 from England, and the lone entry from the Philippines. Folded around now to the chip leader, Romain Beer. Dave on the dealer button. No one's shown any interest in this so far. He's got the Doyles, and it's suited too. He won't play it. Back to Uncle and Nguyen, the two Vietnamese players sitting side by side. Uncle Bon Bon with 10-5 just makes the call. Nguyen with Jack 8 offsuit, smiling at Uncle Bon Bon. Decides to check his option. The Battle of Vietnam. The flop comes Ace King 10. How about that? Uncle Bon Bon has picked up bottom pair. And it looks like Nguyen's not going to pursue his gut shot. Uncle Bon Bon, of course, better known as Pham Duy Ein. 541,000, almost 542,000 in career earnings, and has gotten all his wins exclusively in Vietnam, and this is just over a span of 4 years. Still 7 players remaining. All now guaranteed 260 million VND or 10,500 US dollars. Dave Spader Kiaga at the cutoff. The Filipino now has King Jack of Hearts. His chip stack has dwindled. He was number 2 in chips earlier. Comes in for a raise. Looks like 225. 250,000. Pham Duy Ein. Uncle Bon Bon. Had a feeling he wanted to play King Deuce. Decides to fold it. Now Ace 8 for Nguyen. And he knows how Dave plays. Are you willing to stick your entire tournament life on what is known as the dead man's hand? Calling and being out of position is not an option, it appears, for Nguyen. So he's going to use up one of the time bank cards once again. Dave can do this move with aces and 6-4 offsuit. So Nguyen now has to decide which version of Dave he's going up against. He decides he's ahead. He's gone all in. And that's just a little bit more to call here for Dave and a chance to eliminate a player. However, Romain Morvan, the former chip leader, and the big blinds got Ace Jack. Oh, he isolates. He's gone all in. That puts Dave in a situation where he has to call off his stack to join. He does not. And the domination is now present as Nguyen Nang Quang is at risk and dominated Ace 8 versus Ace Jack against Romain Morvan of France. They folded King Jack. Not that Morvan has to hit anything right now. Just needs to avoid an 8. See the first 3 community cards. $10-4-4. Now a chop out is possible as well if another 10 shows up. Ace Jack still holding. Turn cards a 7. No help to win. He's going to need a 10 for a chop. Or another 7 for a chop. And an 8 for an outright win. River cards a 4. And both gentlemen with a... that's going to be the elimination now. of Nguyen Nang Quang. Only needed those outs for the chop. Didn't show up. So trip fours with an ace jack kicker is going to eliminate Nguyen Nang Quang at seventh place. But he does take home 260 million VND or 10,500 US dollars. We're down to 6 players remaining in the final table of our Superstar Challenge. Everyone now guaranteed 320 million VND or about 13,000 US dollars. Once again, my name is Noel Zarate, and this is the continuing coverage of the Vietnam Poker League here in Hanoi, Vietnam, at the very beautiful Grand Loyal Poker Club here at the Grand Vista Hotel. If you're in the area and you want to check out the rest of the action today, come on over. The action is bustling upstairs with the main event still ongoing as well, and a few satellites to that available. All in from the small blind for Romain Morvan. Craig Jones with King 6 is going to gamble. Live cards for Romain. And Craig Jones with the King 6 is ahead. This is for the Englishman's Tournament Life. So Romain's already putting together what he could be owing the Englishman. So France versus England now. Craig Jones at risk. Here comes the flop. King 8-7. Craig Jones has hit top pair. Needs to avoid running cards now. Turn card's a king. That's going to do it. As Romain Morvan is drawing dead. River card's going to be the 5 of diamonds. Doesn't matter. Craig Jones of England is still breathing. Take a look at what Craig Jones has achieved so far. Again, he was more of a guy who grinded in England before coming here. He did have a stint in Barcelona, in Spain, one of the events in Spain. And then in 2023, made his first appearance at the WPT Prime in Cambodia, where he finished 5th in the closer turbo event, then got busy in Vietnam, amassing 6 cashes in 2023, and in 2024, already 2 cashes in the WPT Cambodia Championship, including a 5th place finish in a hyper turbo. So a total of only 31,000 US dollars in the career earnings of Craig. But he now stands to make the biggest haul of his career, his biggest one-day bink, by being guaranteed 13,000 US dollars at this point. Dave at the hijack with 8-7 of hearts, trying to make a steal. Craig Jones with some freshly acquired chips. Now Queen 9 of diamonds in the small blind. Does not play it. Who's also going to let it go? So Dave with a timing on the steal, getting it done without any community cards being flipped. Local time, folks, is 5:20 in the afternoon here in Hanoi. So with the win earlier, Romain Morvan has now climbed. Now he's on top of the VPIP. Of course, this was happening when he was the chip leader. Dave Spader Kiaga always in the top 3 in the VPIP in any event he joins. He's now under the gun. with ace seven of hearts. It'll take too long to just talk about what Dave has achieved in 2024 alone because of the time he spent in the United States over the new year. So he's going to open this. $225,000. So far, it's been fold-a-thon all the way to the big blind of the former chip leader Romain Beer. 5-4 off. Put on some shades on Romain Beer. He could have done his best impression of Elke. So there's the call coming from Beer. Speculating with 5-4 offsuit. Flop comes King, Queen, 5. Remember, he and Dave tangled with each other as well earlier. So Romain's picked up a pair. Dave has completely missed. He's got ace high. Dave's going to fire again. $275,000. Earlier, Romain called him with bottom pair. This time he won't. So Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines now picking up some steam and amassing some chips. Payouts, once again, 320 million VND or 13,000 US dollars for the next elimination at 6th place. The jump from 6th place to 5th place is substantial. 5th place gets 400 million VND or 16,200 US dollars, so almost a 3,000 US dollar jump. So far, the short stack, Craig Jones of England. Uncle Bonbon's not been involved in anything. Hu Jin Long, dealer button. He's going to fold. And Beer, it's going to be round 3 of between him and Dave. Romain's got King 6 offsuit. Romain Beer does. He chooses to call. Dave's got 5-3 off. Here's the raise. And it's a big one to 400,000. Again, Dave does not need cards. So another successful steal for the Filipino. Yeah, for Dave Spade Urquiaga, folks, he did spend some time in the United States. Over the course of, I believe, December, or was he there as early as November? Yeah, from December all the way to around February when he came back and played in the APT. In that time, boy, he's got a multitude of cashes already in several events in the United States, including a no-limit hold'em win at the Wynn Signature Series in Las Vegas. 3 wins in a row, actually, in the Wynn. Going to talk about that later on when he's involved in the hand again. He very well could be right now because it's been folded to him in the small blind. Jack 8 decides to just call. He knows that Uncle Bonbon is a very unpredictable player. Pham Duy Ain checks his option with ace 3 offsuit. Flop comes Jack 4-4. Both are a miss for Uncle Bonbon. Top pair for Dave Spader Kiaga. Now a full house for Dave. He's just going to flick in a couple. Uncle's going to call with an ace. River card's a queen. Dave does not believe Uncle's got the queen. So that was a pretty good extraction done there by Dave Spader Kiaga. His reputation preceded him. That Pham Dui Ain actually called him down with ace high. Dave picking up 975,000 in a blind versus blind situation. That was quite profitable. Again, the guarantee. At this point for everybody. So going back to Dave, after he had cashed in the Asian Poker Tour Hanoi Billions in December, he went on to the United States, joined the WPT World Championship, had a few cashes there as well, but then 3 consecutive wins in the Win Signature Series, the 2024 South Point recruiting tournaments in Vegas, and the Win Signature Series Hold'em event as well. So 3 consecutive titles. Really sharpened his knife while he was in the U.S. So it's been folded around to the blinds once again. Pham Dui Ain, or Uncle Bonbon as they call him, with a raise with 9-4. Finally getting in some action as well. He did lose a chunk of his chips to Dave just a few moments ago. As we see the 6 players remaining. Romaine Beer once again on top. So separation is not that big. Craig Jones is the biggest fall off here at 1.4 million at 11 big blinds. But everybody else within like 1 million or so of each other. Uncle Bonbon is also in there. Dave Spader Kiaga has now taken over the VPIP tally. Of course, VPIP meaning voluntarily put in pot. That's a stat that tracks the aggression of a player. Dave in the cutoff. Looks like he won't be stopping anytime soon. Oh, he will fold this time. Down to France versus England once again. Now, the last time Marvan made a move, he got called and lost against the gentleman to his left. And he's doing it again. He's all in with Jack 8. This time Craig can't call with 9-6. Boy, if he gambles with this, it's going to be something else. And Craig knows it. I mean, folded to the small blind, has got a stack. He's the shortest stack. They're going to try to steal his big blind and the big blind ante all the time anyway. So he did gamble earlier. It paid off for him. But now he's down to 9 big blinds. And the PFR percentage, again, Dave Spader Kiaga usually finds himself atop that category. But Romain Morvan has joined him there at 29%. So virtually that means like 3 out of every 10 hands they're raising pre-flop. Over the hijack now to Dave. I've not seen his cards yet. Makes a raise, so his cards weren't detected. We don't know what he's raising with. Adds to the mystery. Uncle Bonbon in the cutoff, though, with King 7 of clubs, making a speculative 3-bet here. Trying to push everybody out. He wants position on Dave. Again, very unpredictable. Pham Duy Ein. We've seen him in action so many times before. Dave's going to put in all his time bank cards. Rocking the dreads now in Vietnam. Dave Spader Kiaga. Look at how comfortable Uncle looks, waving at his friends and fans in the stand after making a 3-bet with just a king 7. Again, we don't know what Dave's got. I'm going to sweat it out with him. Dave trying to get some tells. One of the more uncomfortable positions in poker, of course, is being out of position. Especially if you don't have a made hand. Both are excellent post-flop players, by the way. Oh, Dave with a 4-bet. And the 4-bet is a shove all in. And that's going to let Uncle Bonbon off the hand. Dave's not going to show it. He never showed us anyway. Well played for the Filipino Dave Spade Erquiaga. I believe he's talking to Mike Takayama over at the sidelines. I can understand what they're saying, but for the sake of those who are at the table, I won't interpret. Needless to say, that Dave is now the 4th chip leader that we've had here at the final table. It started with Romain Morvan, and that was Mr. Hu from China, then Mr. Beer, and now it's Dave. Folded now to the short stack, Craig Jones. Ace-Jack offsuit. And he is shipping it. Romain Beer, the only guy who can make some action here. No, he will fold 6-4 of clubs. So Craig Jones still pretty much in it, although he still is the short stack at this final table of the Superstar Challenge, where everyone is now guaranteed 320 million Vietnamese dollars, or about 13,000 US dollars. For Craig Jones, that's going to be his biggest bink of his career. He only came in with just a shade over 31,000 in career earnings in terms of US dollars. So this is so far bankroll money for him. It'll be life-changing if he does make it up the pay ladder. And there's a big chance that he could. Just one double up away from being a middling stack. Pham Duy Ein, Uncle Bonbon. A 7 offsuit, good enough to raise it 6-handed from under the gun. Beer's gonna fold. Now it's up to Dave. Dave's got King Queen offsuit. He'll make the call. Flop comes 9-8-4, 2 spades. Both have missed. Ace high still good for Pham Duy Ein. Now, we've seen Dave float before from this position. He's got 2 overs to the board. See how Dave feels like attacking this. The C bet is to 300,000. Dave is the chip leader. He won't. Dave asked for the other card to be flipped over after Pham Duy Anh showed him the ace. A lot of mutual respect going on for these 6 gentlemen remaining. They've all made it deep. We've had them covered before. I mean, I've had a chance to cover them, all of them actually, in the live stream, with the exception of Craig Jones, who's new to me here. But everybody else, yeah, they're final table regulars, folks. So these guys know how to run deep and know how to finish off the tournament. It's just a matter of timing and riding the ebbs and flows of the game, as it has been told before. Marvan now with a mystery hand. Pocket threes for Craig Jones. Sitting on 1.4 million behind. Decides to let it go. Now, Hu Jin Long has not played in about 3 orbits. And here he comes with a 3-bet. 3-bet to 700,000. Romain Bier with a pocket deuces. He has folded. So folded back to Morvan. He's been trying to get rid of Craig Jones earlier. Shoved on him twice, got called once. And Craig's gamble paid off then when he hit trip kings. You don't know what Morvan's got, but he's in the tank. He knows he's up against a big hand. Question is, how big is this hand? And the longer he takes to make his decision, it's making Craig Jones a little bit more comfortable that he might be ahead of a hand like, say, Ace Jack, King Queen. We'll never know. Hu Jin Long has now regained the chip lead. Again, that's not saying much. Look at the separation. Not much. Like 1.3 separating 5th and 1st. 1.3 million separating 5th and 1st. That's just one bloated pot. Craig Jones hanging in there with 1.4 million, 11 big blinds. Well, if you joined us yesterday, Nguyen Hu Dong was a middling stack all throughout. And then he got the chip lead in heads up, never looked back, and took down the mega stack high roller for being so under the radar. Yeah, Fang Po Wen, the guy who finished 2nd place, was the chip leader for 90% of the final table. Ended up finishing 2nd. So again, 1 Vietnamese player left, 1 Chinese player left, 1 Englishman left, 1 Filipino left, and 2 Frenchmen. Those are the final 6 players of our Superstar Challenge here at the Vietnam Poker League, where everybody's now guaranteed 320 million Vietnamese dong, or 13,000 US dollars. Who King 10 of spades. In a cash game, perhaps. Not a tournament where you're looking at pay jumps. Dave's got 9-8 off suit. He loves these connectors. He's going to raise it. Looks like 275 again. Black chips are worth 25,000 and the blue chips are worth 100,000 each. Morvan in the big blind, thinking of defending, and he will with Jack 3 of diamonds. Heads up to this flop. Queen 7-7. Again, a miss for both. Here's where the post-flop chops are going to come out. It goes check, check. Deuce of spades on the turn. Check again for Morvan. Dave will test the waters. Morvan's got no draw. No anything backdoor that happened, so he's going to let it go. Oh, these players are being very honest with what they had. Well, Dave, we saw what you played. Romain Bier. Something he might want to see a flop with. Makes a raise with Queen 10 of diamonds. Folded now to the big blind of Craig Jones, who's got ace-8 offsuit. Funny how that dead man's hand always shows up when the short stack is in danger or when somebody raises the short stack. He won't play it this time. Dave just went to check on his phone. Craig Jones down to 9 big blinds at 1.2 million. And Dave Spader Kiaga is now tied atop the leaderboard with Romain Bier. Folded around now to Pham Duy Anh. A6 in the cutoff. Successful heist. He's always showed the ace when he gets it. Remember, he's the only one who's picked up aces so far here in the final table, talking about Pham Duy Anh. And the PFR percentage, well, Dave Spader Kiaga is doing his old tricks. Look at Craig Jones at 9%. I'm sure that's going to change if he gets a stack. A couple of more double ups. Actually, just needing one to be able to be a little bit more active pre-flop. Here we go. Pham Dui Ein now starting to pick up some cards. King Jack offsuit, making the raise. Our Romain Beer's got ace queen though, and the big blind. Out of position, he's going to do more than just call, I believe. Already asking for a count. Oh, how much the raise was. The raise was the 275. With our blinds at 75,000, 125,000. Romain ships it. And a fold coming from Pham Dui Ein. Go visit what's happening over here at the chat. A little quiet here, guys. And under the gun now for Uncle Bon Bon. Still 6 players remain. It's been that way for a little over an hour, I believe. Pocket sixes now for Romain Morvan of France. Raised to 250. Craig Jones in the cutoff of full Jack 10. Now Romain Beer. Wonder how much history he's had with Morvan. They traveled together actually here in Hanoi last October for the World Poker Tour passport to the World Championship. They're in the same traveling group with guys like Anthony Cierco, about 4 or 5 other Frenchmen. Here's a 3-bet coming from Romain Beer. He's got ace-9 offsuit. Dave is out. So back to Morvan, folding the pocket sixes. Good stab there taken by Beer against his countryman. So Beer now on top with 5 million in chips. Again, this very slow structure, allowing players to be participative in a lot of hands. Of course, it's quiet. We are at the second floor. Right behind the dealer, there's actually a buffet table there of all sorts of goodies, ranging from fruits to sometimes they have some finger foods over there at the back. You'll never go hungry here at the Grand Loyal Poker Room. I guarantee you that. Ace King now for Craig Jones, and he has decided to put it all in. Only Pham Dui Ein stands in the way, and he shakes his head. Again, minus that gamble he did earlier with King 6, Craig Jones has only come in with the goods. But he's still got 11 big blinds remaining. Look at the logjam there between second place and fifth place at the moment. One setup could change everything. Folded to Dave on the dealer button with 9 deuce off. How about this? Pham Dui Ein only calling with the ace king, and there's ace queen now for Romain Morvan. This could get bloody. Pham Dui Ein laying down the trap. Let's see if Morvan goes for it. Playing a time bank card now. You know he's going to raise. The question is he going to raise all in? As has been his tactic. It's like he's just going to make a raise. Raise to 375,000. And how about this 4-bet all in? And all in a call. Oh boy. Romain Morvan fell into the trap. Hook, line, and sinker. Completely dominated by Pham Dui Ein. What a limp with ace king. 3-bet shove was called. And now Morvan needs a miracle. He's going to need a queen. None coming so far. 664. 4 chops though. Turn cards a 10. A 10, a 4 is going to chop. A queen wins. But he's still behind. Here comes the river card. And an 8 on the river. That's going to eliminate the former chip leader, Romain Morvan, at 6th place. On a well-placed trap by Pham Dui Ein. One of the most unpredictable players at the table. Making the right move at the right time. They're going to make the count just to be sure that Morvan is covered. But from our last graphic, he was. And so we lose another player. We lose a dangerous one, by the way. Romain Morvan, the former chip leader, is out in 6th place for 320,000 Vietnamese dong, or 13,000 US dollars. At this point, the top 5 players are now all guaranteed 400 million Vietnamese dong, or 16,200 US dollars. How about Craig Jones surviving 2 eliminations? And everybody getting closer and closer. Once again, we have 2 billionaires that are going to be crowned here. Unless there's a chop that happens somewhere along the way. But we have 2 billionaires. 2nd place winning 1 billion VND, or 40,500 US dollars. 1st place getting 1.7 billion VND, or 68,800 US dollars. But for now, everybody guaranteed 400 million Vietnamese dong, or 16,200 US dollars. And we have Asporine, I think that's your name. Aller La, I wonder what that is. Ace King this time for Romain Bier. He's made a raise, and there's a call from Uncle Bonbon with pocket deuces. Craig Jones might get interested in this. He's getting a pretty good price to call with Queen 10 of diamonds. Although he is severely out of position, he is getting a good price. He's going to check out what the flop brings. Flop comes Ace 6-3. So Romain and Bier has now taken the lead. It is a bunch of spades out there. No one's got a spade in their holdings. So Romain will actually check as well. Everybody checking to the turn card, which is the 3 of diamonds. Check once again from Craig Jones. Romain Bier may start to investigate, although the board has paired. He's going to get no callers. So Romain Bier of France, who at the start of this tournament was one of the low stacks, became a middling stack for a while, and had the chip lead for a brief moment, now gets the chip lead with 1.2 million over Pham Duy Anh in second place at 4.5 million. Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines at 3.9 million at third place. Once again, you are watching the Superstar Challenge final table. Buy-in was 88 or 80 million Vietnamese dong, or about 3,200 US dollars. 75 entries, more than doubling the initial guaranteed prize pool of 2.5 billion. Total prize pool now has ballooned to 5,820 million Vietnamese dong, or about 235,500 US dollars. Dave once again exchanging a conversation. I believe that's Mike Takayama he's talking to. I'm not quite sure who else from the Philippine contingent is there with him. Got a raise from Uncle Bonbon, and from the big blind, Hu Jin Long with King Queen of Spades. With a smile on his face. He's going to at least call this, and he will. Flop comes Ace 4 Jack. 2 spades. So flush draw for Hu Jin Long. And bananas for Uncle Bonbon, but he's the one who fires with 10 high. Hu Jin Long's got the nut flush draw. The bet is to 235, and there's going to be a raise coming from Hu Jin Long. 500,000 more to call, and Uncle Bonbon tried. He's going to show King Queen. Hu Jin Long is also quite a conversationalist when there's still a lot of players remaining, but when he gets the heads up, you hardly see him smile. Well, now the rule of English only at the table actually applies here, because each gentleman is a lone representative of their respective countries. You got Romain Bier from France, Hu Jin Long from China, Dave Spader Kiaga from the Philippines, Pham Duy Anh, Uncle Bonbon of Vietnam, and Craig Jones of England. Jones down to 7 big blinds. But hanging in there. I mean, he was the shortest stack during the elimination of Nguyen Nang Quang, and was the shortest stack during the elimination of Romain Morvan. So he's actually been the short stack through 2 pay jumps. Can he add another one? Under the gun now for Dave. Greg Jones, dealer button, queen 5 off. You can still afford to wait on orbit, actually. Hu Long's got jack 5. We could see a walk now. Our first walk of our final table. Benefiting Romain Bier, the chip leader. And Dave Spader Kiaga running away with the VPIP title. Of course, there is no VPIP title. That's just a stat that tracks the aggression of the players at the table. And he is the most aggressive player at the table. 31%. So going back to that graphic, it's like 3 out of every 10 hands, Dave is raising pre-flop or voluntarily putting in chips. Jack 10 suited under the gun now for Pham Duy Anh. Raising it up. Greg Jones. Pocket 8s now for Romain Bier. He is the chip leader. He'll be out of position here against Uncle Bonbon. Decides to just make the call. And Dave Spader Kiaga getting a good price to call with Jack 7 off suit. Oh, playing a time bank card. Let's see if he can steal this away from these two gentlemen. Remember that Bier is the chip leader, and he's the one with an actual hand with pocket 8s. You can see from the graphic, Dave's got the smallest equity in this hand, decides not to play it. Uncle Bonbon wanted Dave in the hand. So he makes the call, and wow, look at this flop. Ace 9-4, 2 hearts, a flush draw for Pham Duy Anh. 2 overcards for Romain Bier, who decides to check it. And Uncle Bonbon can hardly contain himself. And whatever he picks up, he's just throwing it in there. 300 and a call coming from Romain Bier. Turn cards the 5 of hearts, a flush, a jack high flush for Pham Duy Anh. And now time to extract value. He decides to check behind. Did not like to see the board pair though. Let's see if Romain Bier is gonna fire into this. Decides to check. And here comes the value bet. Pots of 1.5 million. And the value bet is half the pot. Almost 700,000. Easy fold for pocket 8s. He showed it. He showed the flush. Yeah, what could Bier beat there? 9 beats him, ace beats him, flush beats him, a straight beats him. Trips beat him. If this was a cash game, Uncle Bonbon would tip the dealer pretty big. But instead, he gives the ante, as he is now the big blind. And this next hand, hand number 40 already of our final table. Blind still at 75,000, 125,000. 40-minute levels, folks. Romain Beer, dealer button. Ace tray off. Chip leader thinking of what to do. Looks like he's going to pump it up. Pump it up to 250. Dave, connectors. It's not suited though. 8-7 off suit. We've seen Dave get involved with ace-7 a lot, or 8-7 a lot. Mostly suited. This time it's not, so. And he still has the big blind of Uncle Bonbon to pass. He decides to raise. So the 3-bet now to 800,000. Disgusted look on the face of Pham Duy Ein when he saw that the king had a deuce as a partner. And Romain Bier is going to fold. Dave Spader Kiaga once again with a pilfer. That's going to move Dave into a 4th place at the moment. He was at 4th place earlier. Stays at 4th place, but takes away a little bit of that lead from Romain Bier. Look at that, top 4 guys with 4-point-something million. And Craig Jones down to 7 big blinds. Blind still at 75,000, 125,000. Romain Bier this time with ace-10 offsuit. Here comes the Frenchman again. Dave Spade Urquiaga, dealer button, king-9 off. Facing a raise, and the blind still tacked. Folds it. Craig Jones with king-10. He's dominated, but he might consider looking at a flop. The raise was a min raise. He will just make the call. Down to 5 big blinds now. Flop is king 5 deuce. Craig Jones with top pair, out flopping Romain Bier. And Romain's going to fall into this. There it is, check raise all in. And the look on the Frenchman's face says it all. Oh, I just gave up a little bit more. Now the thing is, can he call? 450 to call. There's 1.4 in the middle. He's getting 3-1 to make this call with ace high. This is where you hope that you can, well, he decides to fold. But the math was telling him to call. He did not. I believe that Craig Jones would have gotten paid if he just gone all in. All right, after this hand, we're going to go into a break, folks. And they're going to still be on 75,000, 125,000 blinds, 125,000 big blind ante. Well, last hand at this level, last hand before the break. Romain Bier, ace-3 into the muck. Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines. 8-4 of hearts into the muck. Folded around now to the blinds. Craig Jones, small blind. Queen 4. You know the feeling. You don't want to bust before the break. Oh, he might get raised here by who? Who's going to raise? Craig can't call. That's exactly what it feels like going into the break when you're the short stack. And Craig Jones hanging by a thread. He's got 10 big blinds at 1.3 million and a log jam from first to fourth between Romain Bier, Pham Duy Ein, Hu Jin Long, and Dave Spade Urquiaga. We'll be back after this break. Stay with us. Folding down to the small blind of Hu Jin Long. He's got king, queen of clubs, and he will make the call. Romain Beer, the chip leader, with 6 deuce of diamonds. Once again, getting a good price to join in. And he does have the stack. Join he will. So Dave now getting 3 callers after his under the gun raise. He does have position against his 2 opponents. See the flop now with ace 5-4. So Dave picking up a gut shot. So does Beer. And only king high with a backdoor flush and straight draw for Hu Jin Long. Both check to the initial raiser. Dave needing a 6 to complete a straight. Percentages show that Hu is ahead by virtue of king high. Dave decides to check it, and there's the straight for Romain Beer. He hits the gut shot on the turn. See if Romain's going to start extracting value from this hand. Decides to fire in. That's 425,000. Make that 625,000. So 1/3 pot bet. Dave's still looking for that 6 to complete the gut shot. Does Dave stay stubborn here? He's, I believe, down to just 1 time bank card. If the 3 was the 3 of diamonds, Dave might have stuck around. Now with 1 card to go, drawing to 1, or in his mind at least, 3 outs. And we know it's just 2 outs. Does he stick around? Oh, he's going to raise it. Ooh. Who folds? Raises to 1.4 million. Dave's got only about 3.4 behind. Romain Beer wants to check if he does have the straight. He does. It's not the nuts. 7-6 is the nuts. But he's got a 6 high straight. And Romain's gone all in. This is for the tournament life of Dave Urquiaga. Dave will fold. Bad timing on the raise. So Romain Beer is now the de facto chip leader of this table. Dave Urquiaga falling all the way down to 16 big blinds. Romain Beer at 6.6 million. That's 2.2 million ahead of Uncle Bonbon Pham Duy An in second place. So it's starting to look like the skies are starting to clear for the Frenchman. But we still have a lot of poker to be played. That might have worked against an ace, what Dave tried to do. But with the made straight, it was just a sense of bad timing. Here's Craig Jones finally with something. He's only got 10 big blinds remaining, and he's got pocket aces. Looks like he's just fashioning out a raise. Is the raise substantial? Blinds are now 100,000, 150,000. That raises to 375,000. And Hu Jin Long's got queens. Here are the setup hands that we're trying to talk about earlier. Who's going to 3-bet this? And there's still the blinds to pass. He has announced a 3-bet. 400,000 all in and a call. And there's nothing we can do about it, Mr. Who. Made the right move at the wrong time. Aces versus queens. Craig Jones with aces, and he is the one at risk, but he's the one ahead. Pre-flop. It's a 4-1 favorite to win this hand and double up. The spade is live for Hu Jin Long. So let's see the first 3 community cards. Flop is 10-9-4. So additional backdoor draws for Hu Jin Long, but he still needs a queen and a queen alone. It's a good thing they're clean outs, 2 outs. Nobody folded a queen. Oh! A queen on the turn! And suddenly it is Craig Jones needing an ace. A set of queens. Can Jones spike the ace to stay alive? He will not. A full house for Hu Jin Long, getting a fortunate turn card to eliminate the Englishman, Craig Jones, at 5th place. It always sucks to bust out of a tournament when you're holding pocket aces. But that's exactly what happened here to Craig Long of England. And he is going to take down, after surviving 2 pay jumps, he's going to take down 400 million Vietnamese dong rather, or 16,200 US dollars, which represents the biggest cash in his career. That's the biggest one-day haul he's had, or 2 days actually, because this started yesterday. This is the biggest big so far in the career of Craig Jones of England. Now everybody guaranteed 520 million VND, or 21,000 US dollars, the top 4 here in the Superstar Challenge. Dave's got ace-10 off. Blind versus blind. Just calls it. Uncle Bonbon's got the king deuce once again. Decides to check his option. Flop comes king, queen, jack. Top pair for Pham Duy An, and a straight for Dave Urquiaga. Now 2 pair for Pham Duy An. And here comes Dave. Pham's going to need a king or a deuce. River cards the 4 of clubs. That brings out the 3rd club. A flush got there. But Dave isn't phased. Well, at least not yet. Two pair for Pham Duy An. Uncle Bonbon might think it's good. Dave flopped a straight. And he's not going to value bet. Only 450,000. It's about the right amount that Pham Duy An can call with his 2 pair. And he will make the call, and he will see that Dave flopped the nuts from the get-go. And that 2 on the turn actually cost him more chips. So Dave Spade Urquiaga is back in business. Before this hand, he was the short stack at the table. He still is the short stack at the table. But at least he's within striking distance now of Romain Bier, who continues to be our chip leader at 6.5 million. Hu Jin Long now in second place after turning his queens into a set, eventually becoming a full house to eliminate Craig Jones. at 5.8 million. Pham Dui Ein, 3.5 million. And Dave Spader Kiaga at 3.1 million. This could be a long Final Four, folks. Hope you're able to get your dinner in, get your snacks in. It's 6:31 local time. You're in Vietnam. They're starting to fill out the order tickets now for dinner. And Pham Dui An completing the small blind with Jack 4 off, and check coming from Hu Jin Long. Flop comes 10, 8, 4, which now gives Hu Jin Long a gut shot and a bottom pair now for Uncle Bon Bon. So it's a check, bet, and a call. Board pairs tens. Uncle Bon Bon with a check. Hu Jin Long's got a check behind, hoping to spike that 9 on the river. It does not come. Full house for Pham Dui An. He's going to value bet, and of course, Hu Jin Long can't call. He's got Jack high. Unless he turns his hand into a bluff, which would be a bad idea. He's reaching, though. He makes the call with Jack high. And Pham Dui An, after losing chips to Dave Spader Kiaga, extracts some from Hu Jin Long. And suddenly we have a logjam at second and third. Hu Jin Long and Pham Dui An at 4.8 and 4.4 respectively. Dave Spader Kiaga still at the bottom with 3.1. The Romain Bière of France continues to be the chip leader at 6.5 million. Again, at this point, everyone is guaranteed 520 million VND or 21,000 US dollars. The pay jump to third is 700 million VND or 28,300 US dollars. That's a big pay jump. Folded to the blinds. Hu Jin Long is just going to limp, or he's just going to complete with King 9 offsuit. Ace 9 offsuit, though, for Romain Bière. He's got position. He's got the stack. He's got his opponent dominated, so he's going to raise it. $300,000 more to call on the raise to 450,000. Oh, how about a 3-bet coming from Hu Jin Long? He just completed the small blind. Romain Bière checked. Romain Bière raised. And Romain had gone all in. Boy, a lot of action without any community cards coming out. And the chip leader continues to pad his stack. Amazing play by the Frenchman. We're getting into the deep waters of this one, folks. 4 players remain, 75 entries, forking out 80 million VND to be part of this tournament. 12 places got paid. And now everybody guaranteed about 21,000 US dollars at this point. Uncle Bon Bon, his cards have not been detected, but he's going to come in for a raise. Finally, we get to see it. Ace 7 offsuit. Folded around now to Dave in the big blind. With the shortest stack at the table. And we'll speculate with 8-6 offsuit. Flop comes king, queen, deuce, all spades. And Dave was the only one with a spade. Turn cards to four of clubs. See what Dave does here with this blank. He'll check it again. And Uncle Bonbon's going to check behind. There's the queen of clubs. Board is paired queens. Pham Duyan getting the check mark with ace high. But it's action on Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines. He'll check. Uncle Bonbon's going to check. And ace high is good. Some activity happening at the back. And some of the players from upstairs coming down to see the action here. Of course, the main event is still ongoing upstairs. We're at day 1B, I believe. Of course, the main event final table we will have for you on Monday, the 18th of March. Dave, king six offsuit in the small blind. Just decides to complete. Uncle Bonbon with 7-5 in the big blind, checks. Flop comes 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Both have missed. Dave's not going to miss this opportunity, though, to bet into this pot. And he'll take it down. So we've seen Dave Spade Urquiaga before being the shortest stack in the final table, has maneuvered his way up to winning, or maneuvered his way up to being in the heads-up situation. Remember in the Asian Poker Tour in Manila, he did that. He was 8th place in the final table coming in and won it all in the championships event. Romain Bier, the chip leader with ace queen offsuit. Premium hand, four-handed. Makes the raise. Dave's got king queen offsuit at the dealer button. And he has declared he is all in. Not quite sure if Romain Bier can fold this. He's asking for a count. This could be a case of bad timing for Dave. The all-in is for 2.8 million. $2.6 million to call, and he's going to make the call. Dave is in dire straits here. King, queen, dominated by ace, queen. Dave needs to spike a king. Romain just wants the board to show nothing. A queen won't help. So Dave has to see if he gets some fortune on the first 3 community cards. Here comes that flop. Flop comes Jack 9-3. So Dave has now picked up a gut shot as well. He'll need a 10 or a king. All of them clean out. 7 outs. Here's the turn card. Turn card's a 4 of spades. Still 7 outs for Dave to stay in this tournament. King or a 10? River card. It's the 10. Dave Spade Urquiaga hitting a gut shot, and Romain Bier is upset. He was so ready to deal the knockout blow against one of the most dangerous players at this table. And Urquiaga sucks out in the end. Hits one of the 7 outs. And does some major damage to the chip leader. Wow. Dave used one of his 9 lives right there. Dave said he used this one time already. Let's see if he's got more of where that came from. As we now check out, the chip lead is now to the Filipino. Dave Spade Urquiaga at 6.2 million. And Romain Bier has dropped from first to third with 4.5 million. Pham Duy An at second place with 4.6 million. And Hu Jin Long now the fourth placer with 3.25 million. Folded to the dealer button now for Pham Duy An. Pham Duy An, rather. And Uncle Bonbon is going to raise it up with ace-4 off suit. Romain Bier got a suited king. Not as much chips as he had the hand before, but this is a defendable king-8 of diamonds. He can defend his big blind with this. And he defends. Here comes the flop. King on the window, but it's a bunch of hearts. King 8-5, 2 pair for Romain Bier. That's going to be a check behind. Turn cards, the 6 of hearts. So another heart chops this board. And still goes check. And check behind. River cards, a 10 of spades. Too dangerous to bet in. Oh, looks like Uncle Bonbon's planning something. He knows he can't win if he just... Well, maybe he's thinking ace high might be good. How big is that? Oh, how about the insta-fold coming from... Oh my goodness, he even showed it. The 4 and the what? Dave is trying to get the cards already. And Romain Bier knew that he had just been had. And taps the table saying, good hand, my friend. Now, I've been around Romain Bier a lot. He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. Great sport, a scholar of the game. And again, he is the team captain of Team Cimitari. Team Cimitari, of course, a bunch of Frenchmen who live in Asia and travel around the region competing as a group in poker tournaments. Ace queen this time. Hu Jin Long, he's the short stack at the table now. He's just made a raise, though. Dave's got pocket 9s. Dave's the new chip leader. The raise is to 350. Dave's in the big blind. He can choose to make a 3-bet. Decides to go all in, and there's the quick call coming from Hu Jin Long. It's a coin flip. Hu Jin Long with ace queen. Dave Spader Kiaga with pocket nines. And this will severely cripple Dave if he does not win this. But if his nines hold, we'll be three-handed. So coin flip now for the tournament life of Hu Jin Long of China. Here comes the flop. Flop is King 8-6. So Dave Spade Urquiaga is dodging bullets like Trinity in the Matrix. So far, he's dodged it with the first three. Can he dodge the turn card? He has dodged the turn card, although there's a backdoor straight draw now. And the outs are now 14, including the spade draw, because the ace of spades is the higher spade. So any ace, any queen, any jack, or any spade. River card's a 7, and Dave Spade has done it. Man, he just dodged everything, and he's the one who winds up with a straight. And out goes Hu Jin Long of China. Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines is now a monster chip leader with 3 players remaining. Hu Jin Long is going to take home 520 million VND or 21,000 US dollars. And with 3 players remaining, everybody now guaranteed 700 million VND or 28,300 US dollars. And how quickly do the fortunes turn here? Dave Spade Urquiaga was at 3.1 million, the lowest stack at 4-handed. And now he is the chip leader with 9.6 million. 3-handed we go. Romain Bier of France. Pham Duy Anh of Vietnam. Those are the 2 other players remaining here. Dave is going to raise it. Oh, he's just going to call. And Uncle Bonbon's just going to check his option. We don't even know what he's got. He's got 7 tray. Flop is Jack 9-8. No help to either. Turn card's a 6. That gives Dave some kind of a straight draw if he hits the 7. River card's a jack. Nothing doing for both here. 7 high gets the check mark. Dave checks. And suddenly, Uncle Bonbon shows interest when the jack paired, but decides to check behind. He'll actually win. He'll actually win with 7 high. Has to show both, though. Dave knew he should have bet somewhere in there. Might have still gotten called because the turn card gave both a straight draw. In fact, Uncle Bonbon had an open-ended straight draw. But if David bet the river, pretty sure that Pham Duy Anh couldn't call with 7 high. So here we go again in a blinds versus blind situation. Just a call from Uncle Bonbon. And Romain Bier is just going to check his option with 10-7 of diamonds. Pham Duy Anh actually with King 9 of clubs. And he hits the king on the flop. It's a bunch of hearts. Bier's going to check. Turn card's a 7. Now Bier has made a hit. Pham Dui Ain is going to bet, and Bier, even if it is a 7, he's already saying, Uncle Bonbon's already showing the king. Fold it, boy. So to the next hand we go. Hand number 55. Walk to Dave. Once again, the guarantee at this point, 700 million VND or 28,300 US dollars. The pay jump from third to second is 300 million VND. Second place is going to get 1 billion or 40,500 US dollars. And the champion, of course, takes down 1.7 billion VND or 68,800 US dollars. Folded to Dave in the small blind. He completes it. Oh, makes the raise rather to 500,000. Our blinds are now at 100,000, 150,000. Again, a very slow structure. Flop comes 9, 4, deuce. Dave's got top pair. He's going to test the waters now. Pham's got king high. And here's where Dave usually takes over tournaments. Romain Bier. He's down the big blind. His stack has dropped considerably. Again, for these gentlemen, they've already had substantial cashes this year. Pham Dui An has already cashed 3 times, actually, in the Hanoi series of poker, but no wins yet. Uncle Bonbon. So David raised this from the dealer button, and Pham Dui An had called him. They have the exact same suit, 9-6 for Dave and ace-4 for Pham Dui An. So Dave has missed. Decides to check behind here. You know how sneaky he can be. However, a 9 comes out on the turn. This could be trouble for Dave. Still goes check, check. A 4 of spades on the river. So 2 pair now for Pham Dui An. He'll check it and see if Dave can hang himself, but no, he doesn't even. He was hoping that Dave would make a play on the river. And he's so happy. Always happy when he takes down the pot, isn't he? I remember during the WPT passport to the World Championship, he actually came in as a day 2 entrant in the main event and made it in the money on just 1 bullet. At one point, he was even the chip leader of the tournament as he just came in on the final day of entries, of course. 6-5 offsuit with the raise. Romain doesn't even scan his cards, he just throws them away. Dave's got queen 5 and throws it away. Here's where the unpredictability of Pham Duy Anh comes into the picture. We know that Romain Bier is a solid player, and Dave picks his spots, but now Pham Duy Anh is performing to the crowd. And the funny thing is, he really doesn't care. The biggest cash prize in the career, one-day cash prize in the career of Pham Duy Anh was actually finishing first just last year in the Star Challenge at the WPC, the World Poker Championship in Hanoi, where he picked up the equivalent of 86,685 US dollars. Second biggest bink, was finishing second in a high roller tournament in the WPT Prime in 2022. So with a top prize now of 68,000, if he goes on to win, that's going to be the second biggest prize of his career, second biggest bink. Romain had raised. Dave, action on him. So Romain Bier with a king 4 of clubs. Dave Spader Quiaga with king jack of offsuit. Makes it a 3-bet now to 1.2 million. Romain Bier is a pretty solid player. He's not going to go gambling it off on king 4, so he's going to fold. Took a stab at it. Didn't like the reply he got, so he just gets out of there. Well, pretty much, Uncle Bonbon, who's now gone to unpredictable mode, has joined Dave Spader Quiaga atop the leaderboard in terms of the PFR percentage, both at 27%. For Romain Bier, his biggest bink, well, this will be his biggest bink as it stands right now at 28,300 US dollars. Because prior to this, his biggest cash prize, oh, check that, 28,982 was his biggest win. And that came also last year in the mini high roller event at the U Series of Poker, where he took it down. That was in Da Nang. We're not even going to go to Dave's biggest bink. I mean, Dave's biggest one-day take-home was for 137,000 US dollars, and he did this in 2022 by winning the main event of the WPT Prime in Cambodia. His second biggest win was just January of this year for 104,000 US dollars at the Win Signature Series in Las Vegas, where he took down the Hold'em event. It's down to Romain Bier now, who's got king 5 offsuit against Uncle Bonbon. He decides not to take any risks. He's just going to check his option and the small blind, or the big blind rather. So heads up to this flop of 997, 2 spades. Look at Pham Duy Anh go. Pham Duy Anh firing in with 10 high. Romain Bier is going to call him with king high. He does have a backdoor flush draw. That's not one of them. That's going to give the lead now to Pham Duy Anh as he pairs his 3. No spade on the turn, no king on the turn, not even a 5 on the turn. I don't see Bier continuing here with king high. He won't. But because of that foray against Uncle Bonbon, this drops Romain Bier further down the cellar. Again, the life of the table right now, he does have friends in the area. So Romain Bier is down to 14 big blinds. The former monumental chip leader. Dave Spader Kiaga now up to 10 million. Uncle Bonbon at 6.4 million. Yeah, he is performing in front of his friends right now. Again, career total earnings for Uncle Bonbon, Pham Duy Anh, already eclipsing the 540,000 mark. And he's only been playing since 2022. That's at least when his first cash was, I should check that, from since 2020. 5 years. Pocket queens for Dave. Romain had just called the small blind. Dave's going to come in for a raise. And Romain with a quick fold. He is bleeding chips right now. Again, 3-handed. There's nowhere else to hide. You got to find another gear at this point. And the 2 most aggressive players at the table have him so far. Romain Bier is a solid player, folks. And you can tell by his resume what he has won so far in his career. In terms of championships, Romain Bier already with a total of 7 titles. Yeah, I got 1 in San Remo, 1 in Ireland, 1 in Spain, 3 in Vietnam, 2 of them coming in the USOP just last November, and 1 win in Taiwan just this year by taking down the 6 Max Turbo in the USOP Taiwan. Bier is folded to Dave in the small blind with Queen 7 offsuit. Raising it up. He's already practicing for heads up. Uncle Bonbon, 7-5. Is he strong or is he weak? What does that mean, Dave? Just a call. He's in position, but dominated. Oh, Pham Duy Anh has outflopped Dave again. Jack 5-4 on the flop. Middle pair now for Uncle Bonbon. And Dave with Queen High. But Dave has the betting lead. Just a call. Turn cards and ace of hearts. This might slow both down. Or will it slow Dave down? You can probably surmise that Pham Duy Anh does not have an ace. It's exactly what he's playing right now. And his opponent does not have an ace. And he makes the right play. Wow. Dave Spade Urquiaga just steamrolling everyone here. Up to 11 million. And a 2-1 lead against Pham Duy Ein. And a 5-1 lead, more than a 5-1 lead against Romain Bier. Dave picking up another one. He's got ace-9 off suit this time. First to act. Here's another raise. Pham Duy Ein's got suited connectors, but he's going to fold it from the small blind. Romain Bier doesn't even scan his cards. He's going to throw it away. So Dave is just manhandling this table right now. I think the Filipino contingent went out to dinner already. By the way, it was Mike Takayama who finished 9th here. Leading up to this final table of 8. After 75 entries, forked out 80 million VND, or about 3,200 US dollars. We're down to the final 3. First to act, Pham Duy Ein. Pham Duy Ein is going to let go King 7 and a walk to Dave. There was a point where Pham Duy Ein was already widening his range. Looks like the blinds are about to go up. So the blinds are going to go up. See what the new level is, though. Be 100, 200 supposed to be. After this hand, of course. Dave, Queen 4. Yeah, he's practicing for heads up already. Queen Jack suited, off suit though. For Uncle Bonbon in the big blind. He will defend. Flop is Jack, trade. Top pair, actually 2 pairs now for Pham Duy Ein. Dave is going to check. And a sneaky check here by Pham Duy Ein. Turn cards an 8. Dave is drawing dead. Dave probes into it. It's like 400,000. And the call. Bad card here would be a queen for Dave. It's another jack, full house for Pham Duy Ein. See if Dave tries to represent that jack once again. Or will he pull the brakes? Represent he will. 1.6 million to call. Uncle Bonbon is looking what could possibly beat him here. Pocket eights, he has it. He got queens, jacks, tens, or aces, kings, and queens. He beats those. The only thing he doesn't beat now is quad threes. Pot's at 4 million now. He's gone all in. Dave can't call this with queen high for sure. And he decides to fold. Bad timing again here for Dave. That was a big loss. So we have a new chip leader now. Pham Duy Anh of Vietnam. The hometown boy, the legend in these parts. Oh, check that. He hasn't done enough to overhaul Dave's lead yet. So Dave is still leading 9 million to 8.1 million. It's been a lot closer now. Action now on Dave. Hand 46. Pretty sure Uncle Bonbon wants it to be heads up already, but first they have to get rid of Romaine Beer. No talks of a chop, especially at this juncture. He just calls, and there goes Romaine going all in with Queen 6 of clubs. Now, is Pham Duy Anh willing to gamble here with King 10 offsuit? He understands that Beer's range should be widening a bit. But King 10 seems a little flimsy, unless he thinks it's good. So he's now counting out how much 1.3 million is and how much he'll be left behind. He will gamble. He'd be happy to know he's ahead. But Beer has a live card. Queen 6, clubs also live. So the tournament life of Romain Bière of France, the former chip leader, is in the balance. King 10 versus his Queen 6 of clubs. Here comes the flop. Flop is ace, deuce, 6. So Bière has taken the lead now with a pair of sixes. A king or a 10, 6 outs, clean outs. Turn card's the 8. Needing a king or a 10 to eliminate Bière. Here comes the river. It is not. So Romain Bière is going to stick around. Good fortune that one of his live cards actually hit. And he's seeing blue. He sees the camera. And he's seeing blue chips again. So suddenly, he's in contention with 3.2 million. So Dave, once again with the bigger chip lead now. Now Uncle Bonbon has to be a little careful. He gets the king 10 back as if to haunt him for that decision. Puts in a raise. Oh, Dave's got pocket kings this time. How much is the raise going to be? Or the 3-bet going to be? Because it's raised to 700 or 575,000. Dave says 1 million. Or is that 1.8 million? So 1.2 million more to call. Suddenly, Uncle Bonbon is not as noisy as he was. He's going to make the call. This is a big gamble with the same hand that he just lost chips with. It'll be a bad card if a 10 comes out. Flop. 7-6 deuce. 2 clubs. No, it's the rainbow flop, rather. Excuse me. It's not draw heavy. Does Dave allow Uncle Bonbon to try and catch up? Remember, he took the betting lead after the 3-bet pre-flop. He's not going to slow down. And Pham Duy Anh needs to get to his happy place right now. He's no longer smiling. Romain Beer knows that now he's in striking distance, within striking distance of making it to heads up. Dave back to the 11 million mark. So that's 2 hands in a row that Pham Duy Anh has lost with King 10. And he's lost millions. I believe he was at 8.6 million. Now down to 4.8 million. So almost losing 4 million in chips with the same hand. Hello, Romain Beer, pocket 8s. Now he's not as short as he was earlier in terms of his holdings, in terms of his stack, so he can now just afford to raise. Dave folding King 9. Pham Duy Anh's going to speculate once again with Jack 3 of clubs. Flop is Ace 7-4. 8s are holding. 1 club on the board. Beer might consider that his opponent does not have an ace, so he's going to fire again. Good angle there from the camera. From behind Beer to the agonizing Uncle Bonbon. He's going to let it go. Chip count once again. Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines, 11 million. Uncle Bonbon, or Pham Duy Anh of Vietnam at 4.2 million. Romain Beer is guaranteed, as is everyone here, 700 million VND or 28,300 US dollars. We are still 3-handed. Davis folded. Pham Duy Anh just completes the small blind. And Romain Beer, 10-6 offsuit. We'll check. Flop is 7-6 tray. 2 diamonds. Beer has taken the lead, though, by hitting middle pair. Uncle Bonbon's got a big draw, though. He's got a king-eye flush draw. Bets 375 into this. Beer's going to call. Turn cards a 9 of diamonds. He's done it. Pham Duy Ein has completed his flush. And he's now going to try to extract value here. There is a gut shot straight draw for Romain Beer. But that board has just gotten very, very wet. Good fold by the Frenchman. Beer down once again to 14 big blinds at 3 million. The price of poker has gone up 100,000, 200,000, 200,000 big blind ante. Those are the blinds. Into hand number 70 we go. Romain Beer. Oh, with aces now. Action on him and three-handed picking up aces. He's coming in for a raise, but how much? Does he keep it small? Raise to 500. Dave in the big blind with king 5. 300,000 more to call. And you have to understand, by the way Romain's been playing, if Dave was paying any attention, he only comes in with the goods. So of course he picks his spots, but now he's really got the goods. Oh, Dave's hit the 5. 8-6-5. Pot now 1.2 million. And Romain Beer is going to c-bet this. You know Dave's going to call at least one bet. That's within his range, though. Oh, Dave's going to raise. Goes all in on a call. Well, Dave Spade Urquiaga picked the wrong time to pull off this move. He's down to 4 outs. He needs a king or a 5. Remember, he doubled up off of Romain Beer earlier. When Romain Beer had ace-queen, Dave had king-queen. River to straight. Now he's going to need to hit a king or a 5. Let's see the turn card. Turn card's a 3. That's a good card for Romain Beer. Still a king or a 5 on the river. That's what Dave needs. River card's a jack. Another double up for Romain Beer. Another case of bad timing for Dave Spade Urquiaga. And he's going to lose not really a big chunk of his chips, but he's going to give more ammunition to the Frenchman. So Romain Beer has staved off elimination numerous times now here in the final 3. And again, one of the most solid players in the tournament has just been given more ammunition. We're just awaiting the update on the chip count. Dave is still going to be the chip leader. As we take a look at the payouts once again. 700 million to third place, 1 billion to second, 1.7 billion to first. They are neatly stacking up his newly found chips, newly attained chips. Dave's got 9-6 offsuit. Completes the small blind now. And here comes the King 10 again for Pham Duy Anh. This time he'll check it. How many times is he going to pick up this hand with 3 players remaining? Oh, this time he does hit top pair. Dave's hit middle pair. 2 hearts on the board on a 10-9-3 flop. Bet of 300,000. Just a call from Dave. Turn cards a 5 of hearts. Now, Pham Duy Anh's the only one with a heart here. Action on Dave. You'll check. Pham got a little bit more courageous when the third heart came out. You can see that Dave is out, down to 4 outs if he does make the call. He does make the call. Any 6, as long as it's not the 6 of hearts. Or any 9. River cards a 7 of hearts. And now that completes a 1-card flush. It's a 10-high flush for Uncle Bonbon, Pham Duy Anh. Dave with a check. Uncle Bonbon's going to check behind. He's afraid that Dave might have a higher heart. Just a 9. So a pot of 2.6 million this time going the way of Pham Duy Anh, and he was very nervous about that hand. Actually, it's a case where you don't want to see another heart. But he did. Not that he needed it. And just like that, Dave and Uncle Bonbon are almost neck and neck in terms of chips, including Romain Bier. 6.5 for Erquiaga. 6.2 each for Pham and Bier. Suddenly, from being a runaway for Dave, everybody's now on even ground. Dave once again with a 9-6. Raising again. Oh, this time just calls it, though. This is something new. Oh, Bier's got queens. It seems like the universe has conspired against the Filipino at this point. There's the raise. Now, the last time Dave went up against Beer, Beer had aces. This time he's got queens. And Dave folds it. So Romain Beer, who was card dead for about a couple of hours, now starting to pick up the premium ones. Aces, now queens. And look at that. Romain Beer, from being down to 14 big blinds just a few moments ago, is now the chip leader at 6.5 million. Dave at second. Uncle Bonbon at third. See if we see a walk here. Just a call. Completion from Romain Beer. Dave's got suited connectors again. 10-9 of spades. We'll check his option. Queen, Jack, 5 rainbow on the flop. Dave's got an up and down straight draw. And it's Romain betting into him. Dave with a call. 250 on the bet. And the call, the pot's now 1.1 million. Board pairs queens. Queen of clubs on the turn. Whatever Romain was representing, he might continue representing it now. He is representing that queen now. Bet to 700,000. Dave lets go of the open-ended straight draw. What a play from the Frenchman. Taking down the pot with 8 high. And that pushes Dave now to third place. Once again with the payouts that we were discussing earlier. If you're just joining us, my name is Noel Zarate. Final 3 of the Superstar Challenge, where everybody now is guaranteed 700 million VND or 28,300 US dollars. 75 entries into this event, forking out 80 million VND. Guaranteed prize pool was doubled, initially 2.5 billion, now in the avenue of 5.8 billion. Let's double check that. In the avenue now 5.82 billion. Garrett met a raise. And Uncle Bonbon now with 10-7 of clubs. Will speculate. Flop comes 6-5-9. That's a straight draw now for Uncle Bon Bon. 2 overcards for Romain Bier. Goes check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. There are 2 5s on the board now. Again, Pham Duyan needing an 8 or a 7. Picking up the pair that he needed. And Romain Bier can't call him with king high unless he turns his hand into a bluff. So 1 card straight out there. He will fold. So it's a very small value bet on the river. And Pham Duyan is going to show the 7. So Romain Bier is taking a small hit to his chip stack. But he's still the chip leader, but not by much. Against Pham Duyan of Vietnam. Uncle Bon Bon now at 6.6. Bier at 6.7. Dave Spader Kiaga was already at the 12 million mark. Is now down to 5.5 million in chips. Still a lot of poker to be played, though. There's a call and a check as Dave had folded now 6-5-5 on the flop. Gut shot for Romain Bier. And only jack high for Uncle Bon Bon. Romain Bier with 9-7 off suit. Needing an 8. Bets into it. And Pham Duyan wanted to make sure that he was folding diamonds and not hearts. So Romain Bier now creating some kind of separation. Up 500,000 now against Pham Duyan of Vietnam. Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines still lurking there at 5.5 million. The former monumental chip leader. Action now on Pham Duyan. Folding 6-5. Romain Bier, 10-7 on the small blind. Off suit. Just completes a small blind. Dave's got queen 4. And he'll check. Unraised to this flop between the blinds. King, queen, 10. And Dave now hitting middle pair. Romain Bier hitting bottom pair. Neither has a diamond. There are 2 diamonds on the board. We'll go check, check. Turn card's a 9. If anybody had a jack, it would have gotten there. But nobody has a jack. Let's see what Romain does. Decides to check. Dave will not explore. He's checking behind. River card's a king. So the board pairs kings. Dave gets a check mark. They go check, check. And Dave Spader Kiaga is going to take it down. Chip counts once again. Romain Bier of France continues to be the leader, but not by much. Only 1 million separating first place and third place at this point. For Romain Bier and his country, well, he's one of those budding talents coming out. Pham Duy Anh, of course, 21st in the all-time money list in Vietnam. Dave at number 8 in the Philippines. Raise coming from Romain Bier. Now Dave's got 7-3 of diamonds. Still has his cards in front of him. Dave's going to raise it up to 1.1 million. And Romain folds Queen 10. The tug of war continues. Everybody now at 4 million something. Or 6 million something, excuse myself. Dave Spader Kiaga back on top, 6.5 million. Romain Bier, 6.3 million. And Uncle Bonbon at 6 million. Talk about a tight final three. If you're just joining us, Dave Spader Kiaga was already up to 12 million. Romain Bier was down to 14 big blinds. But then Bier picked up aces. Dave tried to turn his hand into a bluff. He had bottom pair. Got called, and Romain Bier with a double up. And Pham Duy Anh also doubling up. Romain Bier somewhere along the way. Pham Duy Anh just completing the small blind, and we're going to see a flop now with King 7 tray. Pham Duy Anh with middle pair. Oh, now Romain Bier with second pair. It goes check, check all the way to the river. And a bet by Romain Bier, enough to take it down. Looks like we are heading into a break, or no, hold on. Oh, Romain's just going to get his phone. I think he's negotiating for a break. See if Dave concurs. Yes, he will. So we're off to a short break here, folks. Once again, the chip count. Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines on top for the moment, 6.5 million. Tied, actually, with Romain Bier of France. And, of course, Uncle Bonbon, Pham Duy Anh, at third place at the moment with a 5.8 million. As the final three of the Superstar Challenge takes this break, we'll take this break with them.
Ui, tao quán phát tao cho hai thằng mày lên cúp đéo thì tao quán là phát rồi giờ mù luôn kìa. Cúp kẹt đéo thì ra hàng mã.
'Back with us here at the Grand Loyal Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam, for our continuing coverage of the final table of the Superstar Challenge. And these guys have been superstars all the way. Romain Beer not yet back at his seat. Dave Spader Kiaga with the Jack 8 is going to check his option. There's Romain Beer. He just came back. And the flop comes 6, 7, 8. Top pair for Dave. Bottom pair and a gut shot for Uncle Bon Bon, Pham Duy Anh of Vietnam. Dave's going to call this. See what that turn card brings. Deuce of clubs. Does not help Uncle Bon Bon get out of the jam. Now he checks behind. How about the 5 on the river, giving Uncle Bon Bon the straight? He might be able to extract something from Dave here. Depends on how big his value bet's going to be. That's 200,000. Is it 200,000 or 400,000? Oh, make that 1 million. Wow. That's not a value bet. Not sure Dave can call off 1 million with just top pair on a very connected board. He does play a time bank card. Uncle Bon Bon needed a gut shot, and he got it on the river. Again, any 4 or any 10 beats Dave here. Any 4 or any 9, rather, beats Dave. And he does make the call. And Dave is going to show the 8. And right off the break, Pham Duy Anh is able to pilfer some chips from Dave Spader Kiaga. Now Dave has sunk to 4.4 million. Well, the blinds now at 100,000, 200,000. That's about 24 big blinds for Dave Spader Kiaga of the Philippines. So the new chip leader now is Pham Duy Anh, his second or his third stint atop the leaderboard. Dave completes a small blind with Jack tray of clubs and 10 tray offsuit now for Uncle Bon Bon. Oh, 10 on the window, immediately giving the lead to Pham Duy Anh, and Dave is going to release his Jack 3. So now up to 8 million for Uncle Bon Bon. Pham Duy Ein. Again, if you're just joining us, we had 75 entries forking out 80 million VND, or about 3,200 US dollars. The original prize pool was at 2.5 billion VND, or 100,000 US dollars. That has more than doubled. The prize pool now at 5.82 billion VND, or 235,500 US dollars, and the 3 players remaining now guaranteed 700 million Vietnamese dong, or 28,300 US dollars. The champion is going to take down 1.7 billion VND. Second place at 1 billion VND. So after this, we're going to be crowning champions. And I'm surprised during the, not really surprised, or nobody talked about a chop when it was still three-handed. When everybody was like even stacked, talks of a chop must have been able to come in. Now Dave is going to go all in after Uncle Bon Bon had raised it pre-flop. He's got ace-7 of clubs, and he's going to get a call. Wow. That was a very loose call for a lot of chips for Pham Duy Ein. And both have clubs. Romain Bier now a very interested spectator. If Uncle Bon Bon can outflop Dave, we're going to be at heads up. Otherwise, Dave's going to be back as the chip leader, and Uncle Bon Bon is going to be crippled. That was a very loose call with King Deuce. Flop. 4-4 tray. 2 spades. No help to Uncle Bon Bon. He needs a deuce or a king. And now he's regretting his decision, at least for the moment. Ace on the turn. And the only way he can win now is by a 5. And Bier had folded one of the 5s. Here's the river card. It's an 8. Dave Spade Urquiaga winning a pot of 9.1 million. And he will get to the chip lead. Pham Duy Ein is going to be crippled here. Wow. Again, a loose call with King Deuce. Look at that. Uncle Bon Bon now down to 3.7 million in chips, and Dave up to 9.1 million. Romain Bier stays at 6 million in chips. So right now, Uncle Bon Bon's down to less than 20 big blinds. We have a dealer change as well. I was really surprised by that call from Pham Duy Ein. It made the raise, but there was a ×7 comeback 3-bet from Dave, and he still called it off with King Deuce. Now Pham Duy Ein's got 8-7 offsuit. Romain Bier, A6 suited, A6 diamonds, just makes the call. Dave's got Queen-8 of diamonds. He's got chips now, so he can go back to being Dave. Makes a raise. The raise is all in. And Romain can't call all in with A6. So Dave, who was just sitting, waiting for his opportunity, now the chip leader once again, back to wielding the big stack. Up to 9.3 million. Remember, Dave peaked at 12 million before he ran into the aces of Romain Beer. Frenchman now, Beer, 8-6 of hearts. Just calls it. Dave folds, and now that a raise from Uncle Bonbon. He takes it down. So that's twice already that Urquiaga and Pham have shoved when Beer was in the pot pre-flop. Pham up to 4 million now. You have a missed deal. It does happen. Dave finding the situation amusing. Romain had questions for the dealer. Remember, this is the second day of the Superstar Challenge. They started yesterday, worked their way down to 11 players today. Now, of course, this final table having 3 players remaining. Dave's going to call the small blind with Queen 4 offsuit, Jack 7 offsuit now for Romain Beer. As we go into this unraised flop of 8-8 deuce. That guy, Uncle Bonbon, is actually in the hand, not Dave. Turn cards of 5, both gentlemen still missing. Queen high still holding. Beer's going to take a stab at this. And a fold from Pham Duyan. Again, the guarantee at this point, 700 million VND, or 28,300 US dollars. The next page up is to a billion VND, or 40,500 US dollars. Oh, limp from the dealer button with 7-6 offsuit for Pham Duyan. Suited 6-5 of clubs now for Romain Beer in the small blind. He's going to make the call. Dave's got 10-9 offsuit in the big blind. We have not had a family pot 3-way. Dave is not going to allow that to happen. Dave with another steal. Now Dave Spade Urquiaga is making his march to the 10 million mark once again. Uncle Bonbon, Pham Duyan, down to about 17 big blinds. Bier's picking up a pocket pair now with pocket sevens. Any pocket pair of premium three-handed. Puts in the raise. Dave folding the 8-5. Pham Duy Anh is going to go for it, and a quick call coming from Romain Bier. Uncle Bonbon's got overcards to the pocket pair, and he looks to be very pleased. Romain squirming a bit, although he's ahead. Now he breaks out a smile. 10-8 of hearts for Uncle Bonbon for his tournament life. Romain Bier, pocket sevens, hoping it holds. Remember earlier, Dave Spade Urquiaga had pocket fives against the ace queen of his opponent, and the fives held. Can it happen again here? 9-5 tray. He has dodged it so far. Needs to dodge an 8 or a 10. Or running cards to make a straight. Turn cards a 6. Well, now, Bier does not want to see a 7. He just wants the board to blank out. 10 or a 7. It's an ace. And the third place finisher is Pham Duy Anh of Vietnam, as Romain Bier of France bows to the man they call Uncle. One of the poker legends in Vietnam has busted out in third place in the Superstar Challenge, and now we are in heads up. So for Pham Duy Anh, Uncle Bonbon, he takes down 700 million VND, or 28,300 US dollars. And now it's heads up between Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines and Romain Bier of France, when we continue to bring you the action from the Superstar Challenge here at the Vietnam Poker League 2024. Not sure if they're going to take the pictures right now. Yeah, you better call the floor. Dave is right, but you need to call the floor. Yeah, that's supposed to be a dead button. That was the last hand for Pham Duy Anh on replay. Who's that, Harvey Chan? Everybody trusts Harvey Chan. Because Dave was in the small blind. Now he's in the big blind. Now, hold on. Are they going to take the pictures now? It looks like they might. They haven't even paused the clock yet. All right, it's going to be picture taking time. We're going to step away for just a moment. Be back in a few minutes. All right, here we go. The final two players of our Superstar Challenge, where we had 75 entries with a buy-in of 80 million VND, or about 3,200 US dollars. It now comes down to this: Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines versus Romain Bier of France for the title and the cash prize of 68,800 US dollars. Second place gets paid 40,500 US dollars. Dave on the screen right now in the white shirt, or in the white sweater, white hoodie as they call it. Has made a raise, and there's a call. Romain had made the raise. Romain Bier. There's a call by Dave. Dave with King 10 of clubs has missed the flop. 9-6-3 rainbow. Ace high still good. Dave with a check. Romain checks behind with Ace 7 offsuit. Turn card pairs the board. 3 of clubs. Now, even earlier when it was three-handed, Dave was already practicing his heads-up chops. See if it works here. Leads out. Lead out is for 350,000. There's a call coming from Romain Bier. Dave needs to hit a king or a 10 on the river. He does not. It's the 4 of spades. So does Dave continue telling his story that he hit that 3? It's got to be a big bet. Pot's at 2 million right now. Dave almost pots it. 3.8 million. That's a 1.8 million bet, and he's able to get Bier out of the hand. So the first hand of heads up goes to the Filipino. And Dave now up to 10 million in chips. Romain Bier at 8.4 million. This could be a long grind, folks. Although there was one heads up that I did before where it was almost even stacked. Second hand of heads up was pocket sevens versus ace 10 all in. The guy who barely covered the other guy won it by hitting a 10 on the flop. And the shortest, one of the shortest heads up I've been involved with. Dave now with king queen offsuit. Put in the raise. Romain Bier, once again, this is going to be the biggest cash of his career already, even if he finishes second. He's got Jack 10 offsuit. Bier with almost 100,000 in career earnings. He's going to eclipse that today for sure. Here's the flop of 9-9 tray. Bier has missed. Dave's going to check behind. Now Bier's going to pick up. An open-ended straight draw. King Queen still good for Dave Spade Urquiaga, but it all depends on how much the bet is going to be from Romain and a quick fold from Dave. He was actually ahead. So we could go back and forth for a while here. 9.9 to 8.9. 1 million advantage for the Filipino. Oh, Romain's got a good hand here. Ace nine of diamonds. Does he just make the call? Oh, he just deposited his blind. Now he's going to make the raise. Dave's got queen 10, same suit. Might be seeing a 3-bet here from Dave. He'll be out of position if he makes the call. He is going to 3-bet. He's gone all in. And Romain's got ace 9. He's going to make the call. Wow. Dave Spade Urquiaga will be crippled if he does not catch a queen or a 10. The suits are covered by Romain Bier of France, and the two competitors now side by side looking at the outcome of this board. Remember, it was Dave who doubled up Romain earlier, but then Dave doubled up off Romain in the first place. So could this be the final round? Here comes the flop. 9, 7, 5. The 9 has paired. Dave still needs that queen or 10. Turn card's a jack, and now Dave Spade Urquiaga has improved to an open-ended straight draw and a quick shake of the hand there from Romain Bier. So many outs now, 14 outs for Dave. Does he get there? Yes, he does! Dave Spade Urquiaga on the third hand of Heads Up has picked up the Superstar Challenge trophy. There you go. Wow, it looked like it was going to be a long grind, but the Filipino was able to outdraw the Frenchman in the end. Hitting one of his 14 outs, he improved to an open-ended straight draw on the turn. Needed a queen or a 10 initially. Romain Bier flopped the 9, didn't need to. But then, you can see Anthony Cierco there congratulating Romain Bier for a job well done for finishing second and taking down 1 billion Vietnamese dong or 40,500 US dollars. Dave Spade Urquiaga of the Philippines is going to be the champion for 1.7 million VND and 68,800 US dollars. It was on the river that Dave did it. And for Dave, of course, that's going to be another title under his belt. Amazing turn of events there. So for Dave Spade Urquiaga, he takes down the championship trophy and 68,800 US dollars. Congratulations to both gentlemen for making it to the final table and making it to Heads Up. So the champion from the Philippines, Dave Spade Urquiaga, second place, going to Romain Bier of France. And that's going to do it for us here in our continuing coverage of the Superstar Challenge in the Vietnam Poker League. My name is Noel Zarate. We will see you again on Monday, on the 18th of March, for the final table of the main event of the VPL 2024. Good night, everyone.